Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox, and welcome to my stream. And we're gonna get started. Of course, my lips aren't moving, even though I had it set for it. There we go. Anyways, okay, before we go into the side stories, there are a few texts that showed up, well, emails that showed up in this. One is, have a nice weekend. I'm on leave for the rest of the week. Contact Ravi if you need to schedule server time, but expect my jobs to run for a few days since we've collected so much data this week. How about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Untitled group email, all that fun jazz. And then side stories. Thank you to everyone who worked so hard in the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to so delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the VM, which is probably a virtual machine. Just to clarify, all the recordings labeled side stories are part of the controlled simulation, right? I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a bit from those in the VM1, even trivial ones. Is it part of the butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes? Or is it a result of her just messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment, or for fun? So, if I'm keeping track, we have like 5 different universes total, with 3 or 4 of them created then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality, they all are. As real as ours, anyways. So one of the other things that came up was I said that this was a code something about this. So, this is the code for some of them. Let me pull up the internal files. 344 is one of them. Hey, Token! Three, four, MSS text. You're not going to torture me with this, are you? Hi, Origami Activist! Okay, how do I access those files, though? Oh, I have to do it at the right time. Motherfuckers, I'm not going to do that. I have to reset this clock down here. I don't think I can do that without resetting the clock on the computer, and I don't like doing that, actually. Can immediately change it. How do we do that? Anyways, I don't want to change my time on my computer, but fuck it. I'm too interested in the story to stop now. And let me have some music playing in the background. Does it have to be that loud? Okay, let's reset time then. Three, 4. Eight, 3, 3. Okay. Set time. Okay, I haven't done this in a while. Set the date manually. Okay, it is 8. It's supposed to be 8:33, right? Yep, 8:33. Okay. Infrastructure, software, communication systems. We understand the modern day challenges of running an enterprise company with efficiency and reliability. That's why you can count on us to get the job done. So you can focus on the business that matters most. With world-class engineers and industry-leading specialists, Metaverse Enterprise Solutions will always deliver solutions at last. Cost per year analysis shows that Metaverse solutions save up to 30% in the long run. And our flexible support model ensures that quality can be delivered at the price point that is right for your company size. Your time is valuable. That's why from planning to design to installation, our experts do the work for you. Filling out our simple questionnaire is all that takes for our team to recommend the right plan for you and provide affordable quotes. Excellence is right around the corner with solutions you can count on, experts you can trust. This is our promise to you. You're in good company. I don't believe you. All right. Next. Code. All right, token. Next one is the project plan, which is 221. And you need to set the clock to 2:40. Okay. 2, 1. Project plan. Oh, thank you for this follow, Sailor Soul Sora. We're finding out secrets by messing with game files. Project plan outline. High-level overview. Create human-readable version of the fabric benchmark results. Suggest we live in a simulation. And how are you doing? Did I already ask that question? Emulate fabric benchmark results in virtualized environment. Build parameters for genetic iteration, excuse me. Custom elevate access for one or more entities. So that must be Monica. Iterate until simulation is stable for target time threshold. This is our small-scaled simulated universe. Observe effect of elevated access / knowledge of simulation. Collect / record data. Pitch findings to upper management as a profitable venture. Note, do not go through Barry, go straight to upper management. Get promoted, job shaved, blah, blah, blah. Possible team members. Row has the most knowledge / access to Commander Quantum Server. Ravi, second to Row. Lib, fixed name scheming to conflict with Lib. Could that be for Libertina? Project Libertina? Oh, no. We didn't just get started. I'm sorry about that. Sora, ugh. We've completed the game. This is, secrets time and doing the side stories, the new stuff that's in the game. So if you don't want spoilers without playing the original game first, I guess I would suggest finding a different stream. VM1 current project small scale simulation. VM2 future project medium scale simulation. VM1 details literature production of text assets easy data collection. 4 entities characters. Small physical space efficient for server and genetic iteration. Excuse me. Highly elevated access permission creates a very stable connection window for data collection in exchange for less realistic simulated scenarios. That's fine. How are you doing? How's the weather where you are? I've heard it's been a scorcher everywhere, pretty much. Okay, next one is 130. So sleepy? Well, at least you have tomorrow off. I need to reset the clock to the time to 9:15. 9:15. So sleepy. Lib, promising work on recording simulation activity into playable script. Playable, observable form, not a game. Stay focused, Liv. Your mom said the kitchen was... Oh, wow. Georgia is always hot. Yeah, true. Pretending to type important things while waiting for everyone to get back on topic. 4:30 still target end time. Assigning names to simulated entities for easier reference. A, B, C, D should suffice. 1, 2, 3 question? Yeah, Georgia is usually always hot. Using real names only encourages treating them like pets rather than simulated entities. Aw, everyone is trying to come up with stupid names now. Control simulation. Create identical VM without entity A having elevated access permissions? Question marks. Seems unlikely. Nothing has come close so far. Clone VM1. Same elevated access but prevent the entity from discovering it? Seems tricky but plausible. Meeting over time ends, but over time again. So do you have any plans for the 4th of July? Okay, 4:30, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Track 6, name ideas. I wonder track 6 is where they're working with evolutionary things. Old people cookout. I have to work. 4:30. Well, hopefully there won't be that many people that call in, so I can be able to just, you know, play my Switch. Mom, meet your kids' own age now. Oh, ha. Live the dream, yeah. Operation Not a Game by Liv Laster. Control simulation track 06 name ideas. Work together, discuss time, debate time, brainstorm, listen up. Teamwork time, let's discuss, let's teamwork. I'll handle it, leader, take the lead. Does it? Text face names, maybe another track. Are the tracks actually... Oh. Actually name that? Now I'm curious. Okay, no it isn't. Paperwork galore for you. Meeting notes 030 and 158. Paperwork sounds like no fun. What will really suck is what usually happens on Sundays is the whole system goes down. And so we end up having to wait around doing absolutely nothing. And that, or I get really lucky and they ask if it's really, really slow. It's 105. They'll ask for voluntary time off, and I will take that so fucking quick it won't be funny. Okay, thank you again for joining me, Brittany. I hope you have a good night. Ba-ba-ba. 58. 9 minutes. Control simulation progress. Oh, you meant it's 10. True. When the system goes down, it's switch time. It's switch time even if it isn't on, because I have slow calls between usually on Sunday. Control simulation progress. Idea. Snapshot slightly early in time. Compare the end of control simulation to the start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Fifth entity in VM1? Not part of original genetic model. Not present in data lumps? Very bizarre. Ive is less talkative today. Meeting ending on time? No, apparently it doesn't. So, and next one is 404. Of course, there's one that's 404. Why didn't I think of that? Doki Doki Literature Club. And that is 12:55. Okay, that sounds good. Doki Doki Literature Club, welcome to the rebellion. Okay, that's kind of odd. We're all working our asses off with our jobs on the line, so we might as well have some fun with it too, right? I totally get why Paula wants to rush into data collection, but my proposal is to shift our efforts a little and build some new features to make real-time connection to the VM more useful and fun. If we're basically simulating a miniature universe, then it's kind of a waste not to be able to spend some quality time in there, right? But actually, I think wrapping this whole thing in the guise of a video game is great and hilarious as a way of covering our tracks. And if we do a good enough job, we might be able to present it to Paula as a useful endeavor. Key selling points: 5 to 6 hours of misery, dread, and cute girls. I'm okay with that. Learn through the existential crises of others and how to cope with your own simulated universe. Witness the destruction of a universe over and over again in video game form. This is going to be absolutely amazing. And no, the irony isn't lost on me. Creating a secret team within a secret team is more meta than I signed up for. And that's saying something considering we literally work for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. We could come up with a fake video... fake game studio name and everything, too. Obviously no plans to go public with this. Of course not! No plans whatsoever. But it'll be a good part of the whole disguise. Plus, I want a cool team name that makes us feel like a bunch of heroes for saving the universe. Kidding. But at least saving our jobs. Something like Team Salvation rather than Team Salvado. Cute. And the last one that we currently have is 14, which is 501. 501. 14. Alright. Drive safe to work, Token. And it has to be 2:14. Dearest Eve, what are the years going? Don't feel like ever since we graduated from college, we're just the same doofy college kids, but we're being put into increasingly adult situations. It's hard to believe how much can happen in just 1 year, but all my memories of this year are full of reminders of why you've been my very best friend for so long. My gratitude to you is actually higher reaching than the mountains I'm gonna live in after faking my death. Cute face. Throwback to you actually entertaining that plan after helping me break up with Daphne. To this day, I can never tell how serious or joking you are about things, or in life in general, but I think that would literally implode if I didn't have you to remind me that things never matter as much as they seem at the moment, and all things will always be okay. Imagine if we really do end up working together at Metaverse. That's literally the only thing I think I'd be capable of coping with this mundane desk job. I know you said that your referral of me won't go very far because you're not a senior engineer, but as I'm coming out of my rough patch, it's a future I imagine for myself every day. I'm sorry for always being such a bundle of stress. I always feel like I want to be doing more for you because the amount of you do for me just seems like more than anything I could give back. You inspire me to always improve, and when I don't believe in myself, I stay motivated to become a better person so that I can deliver all my best qualities to you. I love you and always will until we face the end of the world together, wishing for another 14 million years of friendship. That's cute. But I don't feel like that's, juicy enough for secrets. Oh well. Let's start with the side stories. Yes, I unlocked all of them in my free time. Trust. Let's get the voices on. Soccer tryouts. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. Let's all have a seat and take attendance, okay? I miss debate club. Say, I don't remember what voice I used for her yesterday. Who knew it would be so difficult to start a new club? I feel worse with every day that passes without anyone coming in. I'm really starting to lose confidence. Monica is the only member of the literature club. In the days that have passed, all of her efforts to recruit new members have been fruitless. Am I going about this wrong? Monica glances at one of her flyers. A headline is, "Do you like literature?" Maybe nobody is into literature enough to pick it over their other club interests. I just can't rely on people liking literature. I need to sell them a vision. A vision? What kind of vision? Monica rests her head on her desk, deep in thought. Before she realizes it, the recent nights of staying up too late start to catch up to her. It's so quiet and the noise of the air conditioning is soothing. And are we going to do an Alice in Wonderland thing? Hello? Sayori! Suddenly a voice causes Monica to snap awake. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I never do this. Is this the napping club? No, this is the... Monica pauses, suddenly embarrassed to admit that this is, in fact, the literature club. This is the literature club. Yay! I thought I got it wrong for a second. I'm super sorry. It was, unprofessional of me to do that. Don't apologize. I do that all the time. Did I miss the club meeting? Where is everyone? Didn't I do, Monica's voice higher pitched than I did Sayori's? Well, about that. This is everyone. Really? Just you? But we're getting more members. I'm working really hard on it. Hold on a sec. If it's just you, that means I get to be vice president! Wait, vice president? What are your qualifications? Well, I'm better at napping than you. Maybe I should be president. Now you're just making fun of me. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name? Sayori. Okay, Sayori. I've been trying really, really hard on this club. I know you caught me at a weird time, but it's really disheartening not to be taken seriously, you know? I care so much about this. I just want to find other people who do too. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I do care, I promise. I have a hard time being serious, that's all. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. I was joking about the vice president thing too. I would make a very terrible vice president. I mean, I'm sure that... Monica tries to say something reassuring, but it's difficult when she still doesn't know much about Sayori. I'm sorry that this isn't like a real club yet. Would you be interested in joining after I found a few more members at least? Well, no. I want to join now. Really? Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. Besides, I can tell how hard you've been working. You're doing something amazing, and you should be proud of it, you know? So let me help you turn something stressful into something fun. If nothing else, I'm good at that, so... Honestly, how could I possibly say no to that? That's really sweet of you, Sayori. Oh, I'm Monica, by the way. Monica? That's such a cool name! Oh, now you're just trying to cheer me up. But you're smiling. Well, I didn't say it didn't work. Monica glances at the flyer on her desk and realizes that her name is already written on it. So what do we do first? Well, it's getting pretty late, isn't it? We can go home and try and come up with new ideas to recruit club members. I can do that! Cool! And I think I need to put some more thought into my vision for the club. You know, like a mission. My mission is to make everyone happy. Yeah, something like that. I need to think about it. Hey, do you like hugs? I guess so. Sayori suddenly pulls Monica into a friendly hug, then lets go. Some people can just really use a hug sometime. Besides, Sayori whispers loudly, hug energy is what keeps me at my best! Hug energy? Monica laughs. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monica feels her spirits lifted. Maybe it's just because she finally found another club member. But, well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited! I'm gonna think really hard tonight about how to get more people. Yeah, me too. A day passes and the time for the literature club, Monica and Sayori, to reconvene. As president, Monica ensures that she is the first to arrive at the club room, but she finds herself waiting longer than expected for Sayori. It's been 10 minutes already. Maybe Sayori changed her mind about joining. No, that can't be. She was so excited yesterday. But I'm getting kind of worried. But suddenly, Sayori comes bounding through the door. In her hands, she's holding a sheet of paper. Sorry I'm late! I'm here! It's okay. Welcome back. And... Sayori spins over to Monica and deposits the sheet onto Monica's desk. Oh, what's this? Take my hand, take my hand, take me forward. Take me to your dreamland. Caution me to watch my step so I can't look back at my footprints. Climb the stairs ahead of me while I look up to you. The more I look forward, the more I look up. The more I can lend to you. If you trust me to follow your pace, I'll trust you to set it. If you can trust me to lend you a smile, I'll trust you to return it. Take my hand, take me forward. Take me to your dreamland. Hey, this is really good. You wrote this, Sayori? Of course. Wait, no. That's the wrong side of the paper. Huh? I wasn't ready to share that yet. I'm so embarrassed. Monica flips over the paper. Written on the other side is a list of ideas for recruiting new club members. Oh, so this is what you meant to show me. But I'm curious now. Do you write poetry often? I do, but I'm sure I'm not anywhere near as good at it as you are. Really? I'm actually terrible at writing poetry. I've never written anything I was happy with. Like, I'm always reading it again a week after I wrote it, and I'm like, wow, this is so stupid. I don't know. It's like the dramatic version of me doesn't agree with the person I want myself to be. Or something like that. Oh, you should have more confidence in yourself. You're the literature club president. I guess you're not wrong there. I need to, like, set a good example or whatever. You know, I can envision the club doing something like that. Doing what? You know, like sharing poems we write and stuff like that. Oh, yeah! I would love that! It's such a good way to learn about other people, you know? It's like we have so many emotions that we can't express to other people usually. But you can when it's in a poem, right? Yeah. I think that's helping me form a more cohesive vision for the club. So, I'm glad you showed me. Well, even though it was by accident. Me too. I felt embarrassed at first, but now it feels kind of good that someone else read it. I'll try and show you more of them in the future. I'd love that. Oh geez, I'm getting distracted. Do you want to go over this recruitment brainstorm together? My brain has stormed so hard. It was like a brain hurricane. My brain is a natural disaster. Sorry, you're terrible. Anyways, let's take a look at that list. Make cupcakes. I was hungry. But it's a good idea! Isn't it? Let me think about this. I mean, when would we have the chance to give people cupcakes? You know, like when they come into the club. What if we said we had free cupcakes on the flyers? Well, I'm, like, kind of worried that would bring in the wrong kinds of people, you know? Yes, cupcakes. Wrong kinds? People would just come in for the cupcakes, then leave. Oh, nobody would do that. My character almost did in the game. That would be mean. But you know, I want to find people who are really into literature. Even if they don't know it yet. Let's see, the next thing on the list. Hunt for people reading books. I don't get it. Like going around the school and finding people who are reading books, you know? Like in the morning or during lunch. We'll tell them to check out the literature club. Well, the problem with that is like, wouldn't most people reading books just be doing it for an assignment or something? How would we know if they were just reading for fun? Well, we could ask them. But then we'd be bothering people who are trying to do schoolwork. I didn't think about that part. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You're coming up with a lot more things than I can. Oh, your next idea is to hand out flyers, rather than just put them up on the wall. Yes, I'll definitely start doing that. I'm useful! Ha! I never said you weren't. I just need to think. What would we tell people when handing them out? I don't want to be just like, join the literature club! Let's figure out how we can better engage people. What if you told them about the club activities and stuff? What club activities? Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be my job to come up with that, right? A vision for the club. Okay, Sayori, pretend you're a normal person for a second. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You know, like a random passerby who's getting a flyer. How would you react to the idea of a literature club? Probably like, literature is stupid. I'm joining the anime club. What the heck? Sorry, I was just thinking of a friend of mine. Okay, what if I said we like do group readings and discuss it together? I would probably nap through that. That's you, Sayori. Yeah, but that doesn't really sound fun for most people anyway. We really need to catch their interest, you know? Ugh, this sucks. Why is this so hard? Monica, don't be sad. What do you like about literature, Sayori? Me? Well, kind of what I said about the poem earlier. I think it gives you the chance to express yourself. Like, express yourself in ways you can't normally do when you're just doing your normal day and talking with your friends. I mean, we all have so many thoughts and feelings that we just don't get to share, you know? It's like intimate. Yeah. How do we get that across to people? We could be like, express your true self. That sounds very... No. Be intimate with us. No, Sayori. No. Okay, that's kind of... I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. What? What is it? I forgot all my things in my classroom. I must have gotten too excited and rushed here, silly me. Rushed? But we're... never mind. Did you want to go get your stuff then? I forgot. I'll forget if I don't do it now. Well, I'll wait for you then. Okay, it'll only take a second. Sayori dashes out of the room, leaving Monica momentarily alone. Monica sighs and starts jotting her thoughts on a sheet of paper. Express yourself. Be who you want to be. Make new friends. Discover a new you. Self-help books. Oh, sorry. Discover your heart. No. Write your heart out. No. Write into your heart. Write the way into your heart. Join a literature club. Write the way into your heart. Wow. That's lame. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Monica! Ah! You startled me. Sorry, but it's something important. On the way to my classroom, there was a girl reading a book. Reading a book. Let's hurry and recruit her! Wait, are you sure she's not just doing homework? I could tell she was really into it. Well, I guess we could take a look. In a book. Monica grabs one of her flyers and stands up from her desk. Then the two depart the classroom with Sayori leading the way. This way! You don't have to run. Sayori leads Monica over to a particular classroom, then lowers her voice to a whisper. See? In here! Monica peers through the window. Sure enough, there's a girl sitting alone, intently reading a book. I feel like a creep doing this. You should go inside and talk to her. Me? You're the president, and I would probably scare her away. I'm sorry, Sayori, but you are totally right on that. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Monica takes a deep breath, then timidly enters the classroom. That was fast. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Why, what happened? Well, I entered the classroom, and she didn't even look up from her book. So I kind of just left the flyer on her desk, and then walked out. That's kind of cute. But I'm sure she'll see it and want to join the club. I hope so. Shall we head back now? The two head back to the club room, Sayori feeling rather accomplished, and Monica still feeling a bit embarrassed by the encounter. It's like, here, have this sheet. Run away! You know, kind of like Monty Python, kind of run away from the White Rabbit. Upon returning, Monica and Sayori resumed their strategy meeting. They discussed various different kinds of recruitment tactics, from professional to silly. After going through Sayori's list, and with Monica coming up with a few ideas of her own, the two ended up in a better spot than from where they began. Well, I would say today was pretty productive, wasn't it? Yeah, I think we're starting to make progress. I can't wait to get some new members. Hey, what's this? Sayori peers at the sheet of paper Monica was drawing on earlier. Oh, don't mind that. I was just thinking to myself. Join a literature club. Write the way into your heart? That's so cute! I thought it was a little overdramatic. But Sayori pauses and thinks for a moment. You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. What? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I can tell you from talking to you today. It seems like you're always afraid of doing something wrong. Yeah, but would you call yourself a perfectionist? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely am. I mean, I always have an idea in my head of how I want things to go, and it's like I can't accept anything less than that. But I think in the end, it helps me try my hardest at everything, so I don't think it's that bad. Like with this club, we have such an opportunity to make it into exactly how we envision it. But it feels like we only have one shot at it. So I'm really afraid of it deviating from that. The vision. What's the vision? It's... Monica pauses to think, then shakes her head to herself. She sighs. I don't know. I just want everyone to... Monica trails off. Smiling, Sierra taps her finger against the sheet of paper. Right the way into your heart? I think what you're trying to do is to make the club that you need the most out of anyone. Well, you're the one who knows yourself best, of course. But I'm here to help you. Monica returns Sayori's smile. It's sort of amazing how kind you are. We're going to really make this the best club ever. Sayori nods, and the two of them remain silent for a moment, lost in thought. The only sound is the steady whisper of the air conditioner. The only movement is the afternoon sunlight trickling its way in and out of the moving clouds. Sayori breaks the moment with a big yawn. Time to go home? You tell me! You're the president! In that case, today's meeting is officially over. I look forward to tomorrow. Me too! Sayori beams and grabs her things. You can go on ahead. I need a few minutes still. Oh, I can wait. That's alright. I just want some alone time. In that case, Sayori waves enthusiastically at Monica. Good luck! Monica smiles and waves in return as Sayori spins her way out of the classroom. Spins her way out of the classroom? Goodness. All alone, she sighs to herself and takes a moment to zone out. She isn't prepared for the self-reflection encouraged by Sayori, but she decides it was something she probably needed right about now. The club that I need the most. I don't get it. I just wanted to start a club with more passion. Something I could use to help lead people into happiness. Literature is the key to that. Because it's the window to the real person inside of us. Underneath the person who's forced to always smile and blend in, the person who's forced to be perfect. Monica suddenly notices a folder on the floor by her desk. Did Sayori leave this behind? I hope it doesn't have her homework in it. Goodness. Worried, Monica opens the folder to check. Poems. It's a folder of poems. This is the poem that... I will say, this is the poem that Sayori said during the, when we went out with her in the hallway. She said bits and pieces of this. Become the flower. A feeling of joy is a flower plucked from the ground. The color of the scent, it's so pretty in my hair. Every day I pluck some flowers as though they grew just for me. A lifetime of peace and nourishment yanked away in an instant. All for me, all for joy. I need more. I need more joy. I need more happy. Pluck, pluck, every day. Pluck, pluck, so pretty in my hair. Pluck, pluck, you're gonna die. And you too? Beneath my feet, a flower stands alone. It beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots. Caress the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends? I look in every direction, and the field I stand in, the prosperous field, is a barren wasteland. The fruits of my labor, the carnage of my joy, and that's why I've decided I must become the flower. What the? Wait, Sayori? Alright, that's the first side of that. Okay, trust part 2. Begin the side story. Another day passes in a flash, and it's already time for the next club meeting. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club's tasks, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. I'm so stupid. How did I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori is going through these kinds of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? This whole time, I didn't think to ask her about her own feelings. So much for the stupid vision. Sayori enters the clubroom with her usual smile, but upon seeing the downcast Monica, her smile quickly fades into expression of concern. Monica? Is everything okay? I'm really sorry. I'm such a terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. I made this all about myself, even you said so yesterday. You told me I'm trying to make the club that I need the most, right? But my problems are so trivial compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. What are you talking about? But as she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. I left my folder here. Monica stares blankly ahead, unable to come up with a response. I wasn't ready to share those. Now you're worrying about me. I don't want that. But why? We're friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other. I want to be here for you as much as you're here for me. Another long moment passes in silence. Welcome back, Token! The air is incredibly heavy. This is different. It wasn't just about you yesterday. It was about the club. Besides, things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. I don't want it. I like happy. So, if you do this, then you're just being selfish. Monica massages her forehead, struggling through the frustration of such a paradox. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things, but as unfair as it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore the needs of her friend. I'm sorry I looked. I disrespected your privacy. No, I don't blame you for looking. You would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Yeah. Monica takes a deep breath. Okay. I understand that you don't want me to worry, and I think I'll be able to put this aside so we can move on. But can you promise me one thing? Or promise me something, excuse me. Promise you what? Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. This is the literature club. It's a place where people can express themselves in ways that life normally doesn't allow them to. That's the vision. In fact, it's our vision. Right the way into your heart or whatever. So I just want you to promise me that you'll remember that too. It doesn't have to be right now, but I want to be here for you when you need it. I want us to be ourselves like that. Sayori smiles gently. I'll promise if you promise. Unable to help it, Monica returns Sayori's smile. I promise. Me too. As the conversation closes, the mood in the room is lifted. With that behind them, it's time to proceed with club activities. So, want to teach me about poetry? Huh? But what about recruitment? It's fine. We have plenty of time for that. But right now, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, I do have to fulfill my end of the promise, you know? There's no way I could say no to that. I just don't expect much. I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. That's fine. I think I just need, like, some motivation. I never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You kind of just need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that wouldn't come out any good. It's not supposed to. You're gonna have to fight your perfectionist mind on this one. You can just start by writing your feelings and see what kinds of things that it makes you think of. And then you can turn your feelings into a little story. You can get your feelings down first and then make it sound pretty later. It's not like building a railroad where you go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage where you find all the things that you want to put in and then you arrange them in a pretty way. At least that's how I do it. It's not like it's the only way, but it's a really good way not to get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah. I always get so caught up on how it sounds that I forget about what it's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper and starts writing to write on. Stop being a perfectionist, you idiot. I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out "you idiot" after she writes it down. No, keep it. What? Why? Are you calling me an idiot? Of course not. But the point is, you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. But I was just... Well, yeah. Underneath the scribble, Monica rewrites "you idiot." She stares at the paper. Her words stare back at her. It's kind of funny how I wrote down what I'm mad at myself for, and then I did the exact thing anyway. It's really going to take some time to get used to. I believe in you. Thanks. I do too. Me. But also you, of course. Monica continues to exercise, jotting down her thoughts. It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write down without overthinking it. I know that feeling. But after a while, with Sayori's guidance and encouragement, Monica's sheet of paper begins to look fairly lively, peppered with all of her random thoughts. Phew! Monica looks up and down her sheet. Gosh, I feel so tense looking at this. I hate it. But it's kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you're trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Don't give me too much credit. I have to try really, really hard at it. But I think it's something that I'll enjoy doing. With you. Sayori beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try and work out on a new flyer for the club. I won't be so picky about the language. Yay! Let's do it! Monica proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. Finally, they truly feel it's only a matter of time before they find new members. Don't know why they had to split it into 2 parts. Or, it'll answer why we had to split it into 2 parts. Another day passes. As usual, Monica is the first one into the club room. With her is a printout of the revised literature club list. Yeah, drama. Complete with all the new ideas Monica and Sayori came up with. If only this was the flyer we gave to that one reading girl the other day. It's so much more attractive than the old one. But the new catchphrase is featured clearly in the center of the flyer. Write the way into your heart. Surely common sense would say that one writes from the heart, not into the heart, but the message being delivered is that one can use writing to discover themselves. Hopefully, Monica and Sayori had thought that it would be enough to garner some curiosity from the students. Why do I feel so tense looking at this? Monica thinks back to the previous meeting, when she performed the writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? How am I supposed to be president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to be all about. The literature club is truly beginning to take form, but with that, the weight on Monica's shoulders is only becoming heavier. Debate club was always about rigid structure, formulating airtight points and counterpoints and delivering them with conviction. It was about the person on the outside. That's why Monica was so good at it. It existed entirely within her realm of comfort. It's suffocating. I need to break through this mental wall. I need to learn to express myself. For real. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. She presses the tip of the pen firmly against the paper, but her hand doesn't move. Instead, a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. As she does, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining the canvas. Hey, Soji! How are you? Ugh. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down once again, letting the ink collect. She creates a second smear on the paper. Come on, Monica. Just move your hand. Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection. A stain. Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here! Hi. Monica hears Sayori approach her desk, then stops for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. Then she sits down on the adjacent desk. Bad day? Me too. You too? The new flyer looks good. You've been working so hard. On the club, but also something else, I think. So how are you doing, Soji? And did I already ask that? I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's just so hard to be vulnerable. Sayori takes the sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down, then stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You can trust me with anything. Sayori gazes at Monica with sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the paper from Sayori's desk and reads it. Sometimes I want to die. Sayori. This is really, really hard for me. Her voice shakes. So if I can do it, then you can too. Because you're like 1,000,000 times better than me. That's completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now, my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because of the promise yesterday, I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's a part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. This is the literature club. I trust you more than I'm scared. At those words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. Were Monica's own futile but genuine efforts actually the push that Sayori needed? Sayori's I'm ruining this serious moment. Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over the air conditioner. As she prepares herself to continue, Monica waits in gentle silence. I have this problem where I get really upset when people worry too much about me. I can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me when you can just be happy instead? So, I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts that I have. It's so much easier just to smile and help everyone else to be happy. But that's terrible. That's what Monica wants to say, but she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing. It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. Like, whenever I'm not smiling, everyone would worry about me and ask what's wrong. Thank you about that, Beth. I know that because it used to be like that. Sari pauses, seeming to recall something in the past. I just want everyone to be happy. That's the most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone. Sari pauses again, her solemn expression making her look almost like an entirely different person. How did you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried that I'll be one of those people too? I'm worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. But another part of me, I think, just felt like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club is supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was the right thing. It was right for me to do. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself too. It just made me feel like I could say it in confidence, and that our friendship doesn't have to change. It's so silly. The club is only 2 people, but it already means this much to me. Monica feels a tightening sensation in her heart, a feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them. Me too. I was so lost until you showed up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave. I don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, I can at least offer you some hug energy. If you like. Wordlessly and without a smile, Sari rests her forehead on Monica's shoulder. Through their contact, Monica can almost feel the turret of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. In this moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monica realizes that all the days that have passed, this is the one where she really, really hopes that nobody new walks in through the door. She speaks softly. You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. You can say anything, and I'll never judge you. I promise. Sayori's breath begins to quiver. She takes several deep breaths, trying as hard as she can to start speaking, to say the things she never once dared to say aloud. Finally, she speaks in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless, and everyone would be better off without me. She suppresses a sob as a tear falls down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything, and it just feels like everyone just has to put up with me, and I hate it. I hate it. The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice. Hi, Keller. How are you? Falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. How are you doing? I don't want to have these thoughts. I want them to go away. And now I'm making you put up with me. And I just want to die. As soon as Sayori loses her composure, Monica becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now, so she won't let any sadness show. I'm doing well. Her voice comes through as soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. It's just being your friend. Monica offers a few words of comfort, but she knows, Sayori said it herself, that the thoughts Sayori experiences are ones that don't belong. And Monica can't magically make them go away. The most she can do is help Sayori battle them, like any good friend would do. You have so much value. To me and your other friends too. This club wouldn't have been the same without you. I really, really mean that. Your coming here was the best thing that could have ever happened. Even if we never got any other members, I would still be happy. That's what brought you here. You brought us a vision, and you brought happiness. And that's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monica feels her gently nod. No more words are needed between them. The two share their embrace for a while longer, Monica letting Sayori take as much time as she needed. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. Guess I needed that. Some days are harder than others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Thanks. You're the best. No, you are. The two exchange smiles. You know, I'm sorry to bring this all up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Sayori nods. It's scary. Since it's already so hard to tell people. Yeah. Well, of course it will always be your choice, but if you're ever looking to find the courage for it, I can do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Sayori suddenly yawns and stretches. Wow, that made me tired. And hungry. Well, I won't make you do any work today if you're not up for it. No, I want to. I mean, I can say that it's definitely one thing that makes me happy. Monica smiles. But I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door causes the two to turn their head. The door opens halfway and then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. Is it a Yuri? No, you won't answer me, goddamn you. Understanding. Okay. The club meeting suddenly is interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Sayori to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. It's a Yuri! Dot 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 dot. Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica. It's her! It's the girl! It's true, the girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in a classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she's found her way to the club. Are you here for the literature club by any chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps in the door, but continues to stand against a wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail to contain her excitement. It's happening! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for coming. Sorry, it's a little empty. I'm Monica, and this is Sayori, and we run the literature club, even though it's just us so far, but What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you sure? Uh, I mean, should be good enough. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to the nearby desk and gently sitting down. So, what's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori, and this is Monica. I guess I have to, since there's now 3 of them, actually come up with a... I'll just do Sayori in my normal voice and do Monica, I guess, a little bit of a higher pitched. Sayori, I already... Nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like books? ... Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy is cool. Yes, have you heard of Annabelle Dupont? I can't say I have. Oh, well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book, and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheeks in joy. You can borrow my books. I wouldn't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, completely caught off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for help. I'd love to. Sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great. I'm so happy I found this club. Oh, I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quickly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you. You probably need to bring one for now. Sayori nervously says that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on her desk. True, okay. I'll go get the first one, then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have, like, no experience with fantasy, except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid. But that's probably, like, a joke compared to what she's into. By the way, Charles D. Lint. I will be absolutely thrilled if somebody lists Charles D. Lint somewhere in this as a fantasy author, because he is fucking awesome. Okay. I'm done nerding out for a second. I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have different people who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is our only interest? Doesn't that seem kind of like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? We have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty. I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point things out like that, Sayori. I just like learning what it makes people happy or sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You're probably great at helping Yuri feel more comfortable here. Maybe you could take a break from helping me with the administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Yay! That's exactly what I want to do. Besides, Sayori lowers her voice. I'm probably gonna need all the time I can get. She taps her fingers against the dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. I think you'd like Charles D. Lint if you ever read a Beth. Right afterwards, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back. Her breath is slightly heavy, which combined with her short time gone indicates she may have ran at least part of the way. Oh goodness, Yuri. Charles D. Lint, if you're wondering, is urban fantasy. Where it's like as it sounds, is it's magical things that are happening in an urban, like, city side thing, like them living secretly alongside of and all this other stuff. And it's really, really good. Anyways, I'll stop geeking out. Her breath is slightly heavy, which combined with her short time gone, indicates she may have run at least part of the way. She makes her way over to Sayori and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her is just about equal in size to the one already on Yuri's desk. Well, there are probably a few things you should know before you get started on it. There are some things that are more explained than in other books that take place in the same universe, so going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. Give you a good book to start for Charles de Lent. Say, Riddles of Rin was the first book, and I was young when I got into Charles de Lent. But Riddles of Rin was the first one that I came across for Charles de Lent. It's not a particularly long book compared to some of his others, so... Sayori nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think if we're gonna be reading together, then I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori while Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Yuri sits down, then looks at the book, then glances around the room, showing indication that she has no indication she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide you wanted to join the club? Well, I like reading, so it was an immediate interest. I have no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault, since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens and she shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid. I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid that Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was, but I decided it was probably irrational. I know that feeling so well. Wait! No, that was totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I was just walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come here for some other reasons too. Such as there being too many people. Not that I mind that much, but I really had a hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So, it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Oh, that makes me happy! I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I've never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. It's so hard to find others who are into the same things as I am, except online. So I thought the literature club would prove a chance for me to do that. What kind of other things are you into? Like genres? I don't know, just anything, even if it's not literature. Just things you would think are dumb. Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face. How about I'll tell you something I'm into, and then you can tell me about something you're into. I suppose that would be okay. Do you think Yuri would be one of those types that writes fan fiction online? I feel like Yuri would be one of those types. Okay. Well, I'm pretty into crafty things. I like making cute little collages or decorating things like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. But then I put it off till the last minute. So yeah, that's something kind of silly that I'm into. You sound quite creative. It's not that much. It's just stuff that you'd be surprised by how much you can do with scissors, glue, and stuff. So, I have to share something I'm into now, right? Sayori nods. Well, I guess I'm into nature. I love nature. Monica, I'm going to start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck with me now. I'm not. Oh, yeah? Well, I hereby appoint you as vice president of the literature club. There, now you're stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities! Oh, I'm sorry, Yuri. I interrupted you. Go ahead. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off. I like going out into the woods, to the park, just places where you can walk or sit and not have many people around. It's peaceful. Just nice to kind of remove myself from everything that matters and let my race mind operate autonomously for a while. When do you like to do that? It just depends on my mood. After school, on weekends, whenever I feel like I need it. Wow, I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that. I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do if you don't let it slip through your fingers. The three continue their conversation, led primarily by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then. Yep. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it not difficult not to join in. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more. Oh, it looks like we should be wrapping up for today. So, are the two of you going to be starting on that book the next club meeting? That's the plan! I'm so excited. Sayori beams and Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye! As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the club room. Sayori, you are a lifesaver. I didn't do anything. I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted my mood. It feels really nice when I can put my energy towards other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know? It made me happy. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting? I'm kind of scared. But I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best. I think you'll do great. After the surprise of new club member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to. Another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the club room, expecting to be the last one to arrive. As she opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the club room. It's club time again! Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Is that okay? Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. I'm sorry about yesterday. Sayori tilts her head, unsure exactly what Yuri is talking about. Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books, and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited and forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so... Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how excited you were. ... Well, still, I think I've changed my mind about the book. We don't have to read it. Huh? Why? Because I know you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But if you liked it so much, then it must be worth sharing. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Well, the thing is, we don't even have club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have been working on recruitment stuff mostly, So it sounded like something fun we could do together. Reading your books. You know, like as a club activity. That would be okay, right? Dot dot dot. Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? It's exactly what I wanted in the first place. And you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here. Sayori pulls her desk up against Yuri's and sits next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Dusk Bell. Part of the Everlast Saga. I'm curious. Is there such thing as the Everlast Saga, or are we making this up? Yep, we're making this up. No, wait. There's the Everlast. But that's written by somebody else. Sorry, curiosity. Part of the Everlast Saga. Ah, it's Dusk Bell by Annabelle. Dot dot dot. Sorry, I'm ready now. Oh, right, I should probably get some paper. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come you need paper? Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just for taking notes. You are adorable, Yuri. Notes? Yes, this is an effective strategy. What are we reading, the Silmarillion? Exactly. I'm sure it will be especially helpful for someone new to the genre. Yeah, this is a hardcore book. Sayori's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. But thinking about it, she decides probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try to help and make it as accessible as possible. This feels like the Silmarillion and trying to get into that. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience in. Contrarily, I'm awful at anything that involves real people. It should be evident enough from the 2 days I've spent here so far. So in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart. Especially you. No! Sayori rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. ... Charles D. Lint, yes. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay. After the minor diversion between the two of them, the two of them get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. The more of it she details, the races, factions, history, elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. This feels like trying to get into D&D. Or Warhammer history. Warhammer is absolutely atrocious if you ever try and get in it. Sorry, just stating that. I have a friend who's into Warhammer, and dear God, I don't know how he keeps track of it. But despite Sayori's expectation, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way that's fun to follow along. It becomes evident that the world-building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is the one that Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. How do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing that I do. What kind of writing? Poetry and stuff like that. The things I write are like just putting down the feelings that come into my head, you know? But this is like... there must be so much planning and hard work. Ah, you're into poetry? I think there's an appendix that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. No way! Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she's heard Yuri's laugh. That it means that Yuri must be having fun. Anyway, I think we can get started reading now if you're ready. Okay, but I can't read very fast. Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in. I see. Sayori jolts Yuri is patient in her notes. Hey, that's for the book. I'm just kidding. But I'm kind of glad you're patient, because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Sayori flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay, Chapter 1. The room becomes silent as the two of them begin to read. But the silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks again. What does vindicated mean? Well, in this context, it essentially means that he was proven innocent. It's okay to ask questions, right? Of course. Sayori turns the page. Are these footnotes? A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require an explanation to be understood. God, this does feel like the Silmarillion. The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her through the dense text. Up until now, their expressions have been reversed, with Sayori easily navigating the social situations and Yuri struggling in them, but the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present? Where? Right here. They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing a flashback that Barnes is having. But they didn't tell me that. It's implied from the context. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She begins to understand the value in the notes, as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often and even adding to them. But her reduction in questions comes not from her getting used to the reading, but rather her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. I know that feeling. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now. Okay. Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little of the book she's gotten through so far. So, what are your thoughts up to this point? Sayori tries to find words. Am I doing well so far? I'm not sure I understand. Well, I don't know. When it takes me so long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. But I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going, and to keep doing my best, so I can see it the way you do. ... The relaxation in Yuri's expression fades. I see. Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Yuri pauses, then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow. But I'm sorry. So, wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore. That's all. I'm sorry that I made you. Yuri leaves. You weren't making me. Sayori is left alone with her words. How did this happen? We were having fun just a few seconds ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. I should have told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. It's the only thing I'm good at. And I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowned in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. If she wasn't coming back, then she wouldn't have left the book here, right? Unless she forgot to take it with her. This is horrible. Was it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough. I probably let her down so much by having trouble following along. Yeah, I'm sure if I was smarter, she would be having so much more fun. I need to do better for her. Part 2! And how are we doing on time? For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at the desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy. But my best wasn't good enough. But it was still my best! But I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sarah continues to wrestle with her self-deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass, and nobody enters the classroom. Not Yuri or Monica. Gosh, I'm so late! Why did I offer to help those other students with their work? I'm such a pushover sometimes. I'm going to leave such a bad impression on the new club members like Yuri if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner, approaching the classroom. As she does so, Yuri? Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room, against the wall next to the door. Embarrassed, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry I'm late. You don't have to wait outside for me. The door to the club room is open. It's not. Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the club room through the window and looks away. Actually, I was wondering if I could help you today instead. Huh? Me? With the club publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden, when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Did they not get along after all? Monica looks into the classroom and sees Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay, it's kind of a simple job, but I'll be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica is worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. It's a little ironic, she realized. She could be so conflict avoidant after being in the debate club. Okay, let's take a walk together. I just have to make a couple of copies of this new flyer, and then go around the billboards and replace the old ones with the new ones. Yuri nods, and the two set off. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up a conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up after the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it? Sorry I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sarah told me. What did the two of you ended up doing yesterday? Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But you know, it's kind of stupid of me. Because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. And it's so silly to me to assume that everyone who comes to the club will just have the same interests as me. But it's so cool you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it. And I'm stupid for forcing it onto her. Yuri falls silent again, as if she's started her own thoughts but can't figure out how to continue. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No, it's just me. Yuri pauses. I'm thinking. A moment passes in silence, then Yuri shakes her head. I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I wouldn't be thinking you're complaining. I just want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club. It's just an issue with me. I feel so wrong to inconvenience you with it. Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the club members, right? We're going to have all kinds of people joining this club. Hopefully, anyway. And learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with. That everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people? Of course. I need to be looking out for everyone. Otherwise, what kind of club would it be? See. Yuri looks a little more relaxed. It signals to Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs. Okay. Yuri takes a deep breath. I'm a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, I guess, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make a conversation about any arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things I'm into. Unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anything else, I just have no idea what to say. So, I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored, or made fun of, or taken pity on. And Sayori falls into that third category. She what? Hold on, you're saying that Sayori is taking pity on you? Yuri nods. I just want to be treated like a normal person. Getting ready, start taking notes. Yeah. Oops. Didn't mind. If you don't like me, or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm too stupid for not realizing she would just go along with whatever I pushed onto her. Nobody deserves to put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling. I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stopped short hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down with her fists clenched. I think you should tell her that. I could never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori is different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always tried to cater to the other person's weird needs? I'm sorry. I'm making myself sound so... No, I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought out loud. It's something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is somebody who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri has a difficulty accepting kindness, and must be driving Sayori to be even more assertive in her kindness, further exacerbating the matter. The other person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend, I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too. But good friends work together, and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My head's just... It's so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of this circle I'm creating for myself. I think I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I just push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session, but I understand now I just need to communicate with her. You're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You just have to help make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking is something I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Yuri and Monica finished replacing the old flyers with the new ones. Yay! More accurately, Monica did most of the work while Yuri followed along. But as the club room once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never gonna feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts toward the door, but then turns to face Monica. You're not just gonna wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. Want me to get you a coffee or something? They serve coffee at high schools? I feel gypped. I feel completely gypped. Actually, I prefer tea. I like to make my own, though, so please don't worry about it. Although I suppose there's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while reading. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with this. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get permission to keep stuff for tea in the club room. You can use, like, an electric kettle to heat up water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it will be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck! Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. Sorry, I had to get a drink. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lays before her. But it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the clubroom door. Yuri! Wait, hold on, I'm not done yet. Saori shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Saori has been spending her afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come by it today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look! Saori holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes, beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. Good job, Saori. No, we didn't have any kind of, like, at least in middle school, it was nice because we could have soft drinks. But when we hit high school, it was like, no, none of that kind of stuff. As Yuri sees it, her expressions shift from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying to really hard. Stop. Yuri presses her fists against her forehead. Please stop. Well, we had vending machines. It's just it had, like, vitamin water. Different stuff like that. It didn't have caffeine in it. Well, the soft drinks that were there did not have caffeine in them, so they were gypped. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Sarah's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sarah looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. If I did something wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No. It's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please, Just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently just because I'm weird. But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought that if we did something together that you really like... I don't want your pity! Why did I do that? Oh, sorry. Why did I do that? Yuri sinks to her knees. Her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin streaming down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard just to articulate your thoughts? As an autistic person, I feels this. I feels this a lot. Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. Hey, Duel, how are you? She should leave and just escape from here, before Monica sees her like this, and before Sayori tells Monica what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrap around her from behind. It's okay, Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. Say, still chilling out, Duel? Before, having to go into the hospital? It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all of her willpower to control herself. I'm doing well, except I have to work on tomorrow on a federal holiday. Well, yeah, it is a federal holiday. And on a Monday, where half my team does not work on... Not half the team. I'm the only one on my team working on Monday. And I'm working in a department that I haven't worked in for 2 months. That they're dropping me back in. Lovely. Because they're pulling me from working on the insurance part to over-the-counter stuff. So, yay! And it's the beginning of the 3rd quarter, which means that everybody and their brother will be calling on Monday. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. I know that must be what you're feeling right now. I promise. I understand that. So I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings, and we'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. Hopefully. But it's gonna be a bunch of old people, and like old people do much on 4th of July. I mean, they are respected members of society, and we should treat them as such. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts, then speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it out of pity. Say, I wish that was the case around the country. I'm so horrible with people, so it makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. I thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Because my interests are the only thing I know how to talk about. It's all I have going for me. But then, whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessed in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person, But how am I supposed to expect that when I can't even behave like one? I want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sari, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall beneath her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little better. I know, you were so great at helping me while we were reading. So I'll help you with the things that you need to. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with how much patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. I couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid you would get frustrated with me. But I would never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have a lot of patience. Yeah, I know. But my irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. I'm sure it's the same for you, right? Yeah. Irrational fears. Well, there's no way that you could frustrate me. Because I already like you as the person that you are. I know you said that you have a hard time believing that. But I promise that it's true. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, you know? Worrying so much about people's feelings. We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. But it's the best part that we're all different. And have different interests. Like, about the book. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. That's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we don't try them first, right? I want to learn the reasons that you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart, and I want that to rub off on me. Yuri fights back a smile at that comment. Already, the heavy atmosphere surrounding her seems to have evaporated through the caress of Sayori's arms. Your hair is so pretty. I've always wanted long hair, but I was awful at taking care of it, so I cut it all off. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels okay just listening, rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. It must be so difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then it's something that she deserves to experience. Wait. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind if we were to continue reading. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended. Of course. You did not step back into what you're thinking you stepped it back into, Token. Mind out of the gutter. I'm not going to judge anything this early on, though, so we'll just see what happens. Yes, KY fried jelly, that was wholesome. Oh, and, it's not good to touch people without their consent first. I mean, I was thinking that, but I wasn't going to say anything because it was too cute. Oh no, I'm sorry! I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable! How are you doing, by the way, fried jelly? Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back! Monika's back! I haven't seen you, like, at all recently. Sayori trots over to Monika. She whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monika. Oh yeah, Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. Hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster. I guess that's from the book they were reading. Yuri laughs. Monika perplexedly looks between the two of them, then smiles. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying your reading so far. It's like our first real activity as the literature club. About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you and learn about the things that you like. Yes! Do you like poetry? Yuri smiles. Alright, we've got through 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Few more of them to go. We might not be able to get through this before I have to go to bed. But we'll start back tomorrow night about them. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Though through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monika, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the club room door opening. In walks a girl none of them have seen before. Hi. They're actually pretty great. That's awesome. I'm so excited for it. Sayori tugs excitedly at Monika's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. That's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still. So it's really exciting to see new faces. I don't remember what voice I gave Natsuki. I remember it was a bit more up there. Yeah. Come, sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms on it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monika follows by sitting nearby. Then sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing on the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay, I'm Monika, and I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. What vibe? Oh, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no, you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh, yeah? Very adult-like of you. I'm an adult. No, you're not. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea. And I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Whew, let's go get ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough? Or maybe chocolate. It's cookie dough. And Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Jerry's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea? I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you just hang out or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet, since we only have like 3 members. So we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking about time we start with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I've started the club, so yeah. With that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I am literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? Hey, why'd you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold a second. That sounds so great. Like, after all, I've been doing all this stuff and, Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk. After all, some of the deep, immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, then you just don't understand nuance. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature you're interested in? Well, not really. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not going to join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on. Is it that big a deal? Manga is literature, right? I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically... I get it. Look. I'll do whatever the club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll literally do anything you want me to do. And that's fine, right? Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, thank you! You're the best! I have the most of it crammed in my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up. I don't remember having I had a higher voice, but I didn't have a nasally voice, so I don't remember what I used for it. That's okay. Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way that it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Ugh. I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has no actual interest in literature, you know? Manga is literature! I will fight people for that! And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some sort of obligation. Her tea is getting cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you just don't want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No, you're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I'm really going to start enforcing club activities. Yuri's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and looks over the door and opens it. Thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack on the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection. Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies, There's still 1 more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them. They're acting like typical teenagers here? Yes, they are. Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monica is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monica paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monica thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Monica forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it! Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but it fails. Curiously, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there. I can't reach it up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monica sighs. The teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So... Monica backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Good afternoon! Sayori spins into the classroom, or clubroom. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this! Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money, and I got a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty! As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you'll have to pay the tax, peasant. Boo. Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then Yuri silently walks into the room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kinds of literature with everyone else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that. Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, both who appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try and come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally? You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try and expand our interests rather than stick to the things we are familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I like Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Mm, Monika's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure you don't have any other literature interests that you could share with the club? I swear, I don't mind if you keep your manga here, but I just... Natsuki cuts Monika off with a sudden standing up. Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monika a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no. Siri runs after her, leaving Monika and Yuri. For the second time today, Monika slumps down at a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's making me feel this way. Monika looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monika sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. Manga is literature! I will fight for this! So maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monika sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can... Sorry. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration. And I guess guilt? It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Ugh. Why is it hardest to be rational during times when you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her makes her completely indebted to you. Well, you're right, but... I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say it's ridiculous and it has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling her confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. Maybe you're right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monika walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. Chairs! Yes, they're chairs. It's just... This really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monika starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monika has failed to consider before now. Where's the line even drawn at what is considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Respect Part 2. Part Deuce. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica's usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's going to change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please? I mean, I'm the vice president. Or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy. So I want to make that happen for you. I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Oh, don't say that. Yeah, it does. It does have that slice of life kind of feel. Except with, you know, sad undertones of characters that need help but aren't getting any. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me! So, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snooty comments about it. Not that I care about what anyone else thinks. I think you do. Just a general thought from me. But you know, Science for the Literature Club says you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try and push me away from the manga in favor of more mature thing. I don't know. Have you seen mature manga? Because, like, Berserk, for instance? Dear Lord. The two of them remain silent for a while. Saria understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise. It's lunch the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decides to find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. You know, side note, I know this is an anime, but those hair colors, once again, oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting with together. It would be really tactless just to interrupt them. Oh yeah? Did you end up joining the literature club or what? Of course, I joined. Why wouldn't I? You've never seen any manga? Oh my gosh, I can suggest so much manga that you might enjoy. Say, I'll get back to you at after the stream and give you a list of if you can find it at used bookstores. Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I? Huh? I told you she would join. Come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you, I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. I don't know, I'm not very good at Valley Girl voice. Ha, true. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up and let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once a literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones buying your book. What? You're gonna buy your smutty fanfiction? My smutty fanfiction is the fucking best. Bring it on, bitches. I mean, I don't write smutty fanfiction. Changing subject! Haha, well, obvious. I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. Don't you think I've outgrown it by now? I told you, I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast. It brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances at Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself. I mean... If I ever have the, balls to actually post any of my smutty fanfiction, I have a whole bunch written, but I've never posted any of it. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. Hardly better than them, after the way I treated her. Ugh, I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monika picks a desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like, the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself. Unless it's in a way I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just, a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Hmm? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay, I guess I'll continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah, well, Natsuki has a kind of blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that. That the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was like I came to a realization that I was kinda doing the same thing. Just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it. But then Sayori's jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't. Because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now I'm repeating the same mistake. Except I really hurt someone this time. Monika shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it will bring to Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm gonna get them back for it. You get them back? Yeah. I'll get them back by making sure this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monika's desks and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention! And I can do that because I'm vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passions that she felt threatened. And probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh! Yay! I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again! So, how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monika was afraid of that, not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage she had inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay, do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm just going to read with Yuri. Hey, this is one of Natsuki's books. How come it's out here? Sayori picks up a manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. Liar, Monika, you were reading it, weren't you? But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club. Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else who was using the classroom then. Okay. ... Monica smiles at the both of them. Then, with a wave, she exits the clubroom. I really shouldn't have left that out. If Ciari catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Is she gonna dress up like a... No, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. Oh, I was about to say, is she gonna wear a sailor suit? Just because that kind of jumped into my mind. No reason whatsoever. The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monica and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? ... Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monica sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back. Monica, the club president, stands up to greet them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monica is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggle, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monica had admittedly so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monica takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Nothing murderous that's going to happen in the future. Nothing whatsoever. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today we're going to learn from an expert about the unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head. Natsuki? This is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy just to smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show your interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but... I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true! Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our own differences. It is my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So, I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think you deserve to share that joy, just as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But... it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me! Sorry, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you've admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's all about manga, so I hope you're ready. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the literature club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each member has received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home? Are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Oh, there's just something I wanted to show you if you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not here. Can you follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people can express themselves. Well, could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just brought, like, a bunch of manga. Then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, honestly, I needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I never would have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard just to brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like, I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish sometimes people would try and appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I could only wish that I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like, always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's like a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But, well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. And that's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry. I just think I felt, like, kind of embarrassed to admit it. After I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you. Of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Well, yeah. I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity. But I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But, I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all of your favorite parts. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club. She also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wished I was. If I just did what I wanted, instead of always second guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. I always feel like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that will impress people or make them like me more. I know that feeling. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. Yes. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just feel like I wanted to show you this because if it weren't for you, I never would have started playing. Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls. Oh wait, wrong voice. I think the credit for that goes to Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought in my head. But it was you. It was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Because, you know, you just make me feel as like if I wanted to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. And I'm really not good at it yet. Like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club. And I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything. But, well, yeah. Yeah, it is really sweet. It is your favorite? I can't wait to, see any of the others then, but the fact that we already got to your favorite one and we aren't all the way through.
Squeaky chair.
As I ruined the mood with my squeaky chair. Fried Jelly, do you have a favorite character as well? They're all together! Yay! That's all. That was so good! It was? Yeah, are you kidding me? You're like already a pro. Natsuki? Am I doing her voice horribly? That's the only thing that I could think of besides going too high pitched. And I have to keep my voice for the fact that I work at a call center. Sayori. But I don't have a least favorite of them, if you understand that. I like all of them for different things, but Sayori is my favorite. Huh? Not even close. Does that song have a name? You said it was about the club, so yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. It's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, think that's really thoughtful. And kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things. And I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, then I guess you're doing something right. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit it was a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now. You got me. The closet's all yours. Until actual Doki Doki Literature Club, by which we will sadly harass you with it. I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. Yeah, Sayori is really popular. I just relate to her so much of trying to make everybody happy, but all the thoughts in my head being really, really depressive. I really like Netsuki for the fact, as this episode pointed out for Netsuki, is in my youth I was also kind of always into things that were considered childish, and the fact that she was strong enough. If you're changing the voice for your... I'm having a hard time switching between different girls' things because I'm worried about my voice, of course, going because I have to work tomorrow. But the fact that Natsuki, unlike someone like me who wasn't completely able to continue enjoying the same things as a child because I was pressured out of it, it was just a respect that I had for Natsuki that the fact that even though everybody in the literature club were kind of like, oh, manga isn't anything, and she stood firm, was one of the things I liked about her in the first game. And also liking cute things and still going along with it. I'll say, I'm autistic, so the Yuri part fits in pretty well about not understanding other people in the sense of how to interact with them. Even though I'm always trying to make people smile, I still don't understand how to interact with them properly. And Monica, of course, with the perfectionist side. So that's the reason why I bring up that I don't have a least favorite of the characters. I have a most favorite, but I don't have a least favorite, because each one of them has their own side of things. Oh, and Yuri with overthinking things, but... What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. The next club meeting ends with being a particularly tasty one. Yay for cupcakes! Okay, and what time is it? We can probably do one more. And then I'll have to sadly... Natsuki! While Natsuki is messing with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. What? Hi! Hi. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members: Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Each club member has received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy, with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. Apparently, Yuri isn't into horror just yet, though fantasy can be pretty horrible if you go by Song of Ice and Fire. After the week was spent in their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members this week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, spending most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Well, that depends on the stuff you like. I mean, there's romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all those things. Sayori reaches out and pulls out a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? No. The answer is no. The less clothes she wears, the more powerful she is. That's how this works. I mean, meow. You wouldn't like that one. She has smut in there! She totally has smut in there. I'm joking. Or am I? In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand, then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get really good until a few volumes in. And I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. Go with, it's awesome? And it compared to the, anime that they have on it. Quick, Sailor Moon. Yeah, redo of Hitler. Yep. I could handle it. I did it with Yuri's book at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. Donut. Sorry. Distraction. But I love my friends, and I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut. I just said I had the attention span of one. Oh, you were just trying to call me sweet. You're so cute! No, how did you come to that conclusion? Don't call me that. A donut? How about ich bin ein Berliner? How about that? Would you rather her call you that? Sorry for a history reference somewhere in here. Cute. Oh, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Nah. Sorry. It wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're, a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so let's just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Is it fruit baskets? Sorry, I'm just... Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. Why did I suddenly read that strangers are what? Strangers are appearing from another dimension, I think is one of the ones that I remember at an anime convention really liking when they showed it in the anime room. Yes, I'm a nerd. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out, like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I'll say, and there's Skip Beat. Or is it Skip? Yeah, Skip Beat's pretty good too. Can I already guess? I can already guess you're gonna ship yourself. Who you're gonna ship yourself with? Yes, she does shipping. Yes, she does shipping. Yay! I mean, meow. It would be so funny if I'm right. Ship? I don't get it. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you'll tell me what you think. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we could do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just... Well, never mind. We can worry about it later. Tomorrow. After the club meeting ends, Natsuki and Yuri leave. Monika strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so... I'm not sure if she meant that I can't say that to her, or if I can't say it at all. Say what? Nothing! I am a woman of respect! But Natsuki is a woman of cute. You are not wrong on that, Sayori. Oh, I said it. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes, I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much. Oh, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? Well, I mean, just little signs. Like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know? Maybe. My stupid head is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns that you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Sarah gives Monika a quick hug. Well, I'm going to keep trying because I love her and I want to get close to her. I don't think you mean it that way, but we're going to go with it. You got this. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one as usual. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Oh really? Who would have guessed? Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there! Hi. What you reading? Can I read it with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one that I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so I will be ignoring everything around you. I've done that so many times. Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plops herself next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, the only light tapping noises of her pen meeting paper can be heard. Time passes. Oh good, we needed a black screen for that. Sarah's paper is filled with scribbles, and in the margins are lined with stick figures. I used to do that with my notes all the time. It pissed off the teachers pretty bad. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book. Did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. That's adorable. This one's sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no. It's just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. That doesn't mean... Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own. But I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. We will make you in the next game. That's not that it's you. It's just how I am, so... You write poems? You never told me that! I just thought you wrote other stuff, like smut! I mean, meow. Yeah, that too, but... You should. I mean, would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I just can't help it. I'm still sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. Should I continue the book you gave me, since I didn't get very far yet? Sure. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! Sorry. Trying to find different ways of doing this. At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous, annoy Natsuki time conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah, I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back. I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than doing it to others. Monica shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we met. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly becomes best friends with them and like share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know. I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monica navigates through her tinge of guilt, which surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I could, I don't know, like defer her to another club activity for you or something? No way. That would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I instinctively wanted to try and solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would make her just constantly be afraid she's bothering me. That is not wrong. As somebody who has kind of the mindset of Sayori, that's what would have been going through my head. I don't know how to just keep things natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing all your feelings, she would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can be for other people. I think she would actually be happy with you if you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. Ugh, it just feels so dumb. Talking to someone about how to be friends with them? It's just weird and not cool. Communication is the key. Sorry. Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Cheesy dad joke! Ah! Hey! Sorry. That just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know that you're the kind of in a tough spot, and that it's hard for you to really express yourself. But you've really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse for it. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her own thought in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything was really going to be okay. Alright, second into the... Balance. Balance. Balance, balance, balance. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor, bustle of students is drawn by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by a glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's just Natsuki! I never run into other club members around the school. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friend, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around a corner. Hey! She definitely saw me. Monika's the first one to arrive at the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share a manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Um, I'm sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No? Why? I'm sulking. Well, good to know that you decided to tell us that rather than hide it. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me! Oh, okay, I'll stay here then. Yeah, true. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry, I'm sorry, that was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do, from an anxiety. From an anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh. Well, that makes sense on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. But it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga. But she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends? Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? So, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them. Of course! I don't think there's anything more important to me. Computer's acting up. I mean, the best parts of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people. I cherish my time alone. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think... Well, if I was trying to have alone time, and it was being threatened with an interruption, then... It would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. It's... Well, we're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside the club as well. If you think about it. Hey, Killer, we're doing well. How about you? Making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun with each other, others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know how much Natsuki's life... we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside of the club, which is terrible, which is sad. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment. But... that means I was really bothering her? I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. First read that is, how hot is everyone? I am super rich and hot. Bitch and hot, excuse me. Words! I am tired. Super bitch and hot. I'm in the south. It's humid here. Save me. My insight my insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so why was I so selfish? Even if that even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her and she doesn't want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori? I think that... You drank a Red Bull. Might be up for a while. I wish I didn't have to be up in the morning. Then I would totally drink a Red Bull and we could finish this. Well, there's one thing at a time. There was one time... Well, there was one time you told me that something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario. But I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feeling towards you. So I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this, I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. Ugh, you're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others, and my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she still wants to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. And I really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. I'm mature! No, you're not. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect your space. I'll just spend time in the club by myself today. Yuri nods understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh! Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different. But I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the classroom. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Ooh, what are we writing today? Monica speaks in a quiet voice. Unwilling to disturb the peace of the classroom, she kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine. Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monica follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monica falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monica to see. It says to Sayori. Understanding, Monica smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Dot dot dot. Natsuki looks away but makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monica gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed, so has Monica after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure that they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori is determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension is hanging in the air. Yeah, whispered so lowly, I'm going to kill you. Not now, but later in the game. Well, technically she doesn't kill her. She deletes her. I mean, semantics. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry. I didn't know where it was supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sarah turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof that Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sarah carries herself out of the clubroom. Once in the hallway, Sarah takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls out from behind. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Natsuki. Sayori! Face Natsuki. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too! But you go first. Natsuki bites her lips and can't stay still. Well, first of all, she cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's just really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. We kind of noticed. Especially when it comes to, feelings. And stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch. But it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Please don't come in. I'm not ready. It is my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks in through the keyhole, and I panicked. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do, and I'm scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world. Yeah. Our main character is a jerk. It's a poem. But I thought, well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it. Please? Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful. But I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I had made a mistake. I got so caught up with the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About like the friendship and stuff. I mean, it's okay. I understand. So you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job. So, don't force yourself if you're not ready yet. Okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault. And I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approached you all the time. That I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendships should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods again. One thing about that... Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together, then. Well, anyway, now that the two of them have found a common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. It's not like I'm going to be sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to do once in a while. Only the best ones. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying, more importantly, I'll have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. She ships! Yes! I mean... Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two of them walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about! Darn, I should have told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Oh, you wanted to enjoy it with me? That's so cute! Oh, shush. She ships! Yay! What time is it? Yeah, I want to continue, but it's a Sunday. There's not that many people that call on a Sunday. Maybe there's not that many people. I'm gonna keep going. Just, Am I bothering you? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. I'm not going to bed! No! I'm not going! Are you going to bed, Brittany? Alright. Night, Brittany! Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. I'll say, sleep well and have fun for 4th of July. Obviously. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a bit more prodding. I know you won't. That's the reason why I said it. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. Night, love you too, hon. It's mostly difficult when I don't have anyone or any other, or there are too many people, or everyone's being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances around the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air. But the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. Maybe I should say something? No need. They just ran out of cookie. What a waste. They've become really good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Oops, did not mean to hit that. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, have we? You'll be awake for a while? Okay. Though, that may be particularly my fault since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during the times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh, but I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. Do you always read fantasy? Oh no! Oh no, not always. I read horror and all this other stuff that's gonna get creepy on in the next part. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Like even romance? Well, there's a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri. You know what I mean. Smut. Smut. Come on. Smut. Do you read smut? Sorry. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do. Monica reads smut! Yay! Oh, sorry. Sorry, that just makes me happy. Dot dot dot. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely, and people were mean to me a lot. So it kind of felt like, oh, don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Yeah, of course, because I felt like she needed. At first, it was Sayori that I was giving a southern accent to, and then I decided I could do a good southern accent. Pick somebody, and it felt Yuri was more sophisticated enough for the southern accent after like a few moments, and then I decided to go with Yuri on the southern accent. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it's just between us? Pick the smuttiest you can find, Monica, please. Try asking somebody who has no shame. Like Natsuki. Ouch. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean that. Smut is literature too! Join the smut train, please! Well, I guess it's my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past, too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. Nobody outgrows the smut. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, were you talking about me? Yeah, it's like ear twitch kind of thing, or nose twitch kind of thing. I know you're talking bad about me. No, we were just... Oh, we were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple of years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. Let me think. It was after I discovered a series that I really liked. Yeah, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica. Sorry. That's completely wrong. So, it's still cool that you both really found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through hard times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long so I can say I've read more than you. Get JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There. One of them is really, really long. I mean, not that I have the money for that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. No, wait, she probably wouldn't like that. That's not cute. A really long, cute series. Well, Clamp isn't technically a series. It's a group of female artists that do manga that intertwine with each other. Sorry. Overthinking this. Please, that would hardly count for when your books only have a few words per page. As an artist, I feel offended by how much it takes to draw pages on these things. I know, I was just joking. I could never actually read books like yours. It's too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill. I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion. I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? Gross! Also, wash your hands before you touch any of my books. But my hands are dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see it. Fine. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows how much these things mean to me. So how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in a literature club. So I figured out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and construction. Well, excuse me. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Alright. Okay. This is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Not until everybody dies and we have to reset this universe. But we're not going on about that. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That, then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical.
Squeaky chair.
Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we are really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we should have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? This is important to me. Well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused or something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if I came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club. Don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so we need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in this club. Okay, what we need is Himalayan salts, you know, one of those glowy things, and we're going to need, sorry, we're talking about a positive atmosphere? Sorry, that was geeky of me. If you say so, sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when we receiving our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? Pizza. I'm joking. I have to organize them by category? Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, jeez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? That's easy. Cherries! Really? I always thought that cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious! Whoa, that's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. How does it make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See, the reason why you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. Oh god, we're policing our language. Yeah, it's called taste buds, yeah. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was only your own opinion? It has to do with the way our brains interpret words. Psychology, by the way. If you're wondering what call centers do, is we do this kind of thing very similar as how we word what we say to people on the phone, so that it will always sound more positive than it really is. But hey, learn something new. You're talking about the reality of cherries, not your feelings about them. Like, Sayori, let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty. Good! So what if I said that, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me? It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay, so cherries is kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. You have no idea. This time around, instead of talking about the call center is horrifying, yes. Instead of talking about cherries, I just talk about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we receive an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not going to quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty. How deplorable. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. I was reading, and I not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try and have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. Oh, how come? Well, because I don't see anything productive that can come from that. It's just gonna start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Fisticuffs. Let's have a calm, and rational discussion. This isn't gonna happen this way, is it? Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle me with my feelings. I think it's always more respectable just to speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more in-depth and nuance in my reading material. I look forward to stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. You know, manga can be that too. Oh, well that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were going to say that manga's for children or something. Like I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life and I prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things. Yuri? No. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? No, you've already lost it, Monica. Let's try and keep things subjective. Because you implied that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki! Nobody's immature! I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But I meant the thing about... say, this is ridiculous. Do you see why I don't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset! Like I said, I don't care what other people think. And no, I'm not just raising my voice because I can. But I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when no one ever has the least bit of respect for the things I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in a mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all my interests immature. You can't. Please stop. Please. You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time, okay? Yuri's piercing words sent the club room into a choked silence as she gathers her things. Yeah, Yuri can be an asshole too. She leaves. Holy crap. I never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so... I was just saying... How did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am with dealing with conflicts. Good job, now that you realize that. Always have to learn from your mistakes. It was a really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in this club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not into manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it, that's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things. It's about just recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So, I see what you're trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her. Not just like the way we talk to each other, right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. Actually, I think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow, I'm just like saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out. Because I can just move on now. But, it's fine, I promise. Let's just get our minds off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? I'm sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. Yet. Keyword yet. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her unease is given away by how much force she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Okay, my voice is actually starting to give out, so even if it's not... even if it isn't the end, I might actually still have to... It'll be a short stream, at least, of this, and then I'll switch over to something else afterwards. We still have to finish Chicory, which is the painting thing, which you get to see me angry because it's all platforming from here on out by the looks of it. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the club room earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she appears, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at the desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve her best inspiration for poetry. My heart feels vacant because the ship sailed away. Yo! Yeah! Natsuki! Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you wanted me listening in on your poetry thing. Uh, yeah. Thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish that up then? Oh no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri is too nervous to come into the classroom by herself, so... Oh. Jeez. Does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you have a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. I just want us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on, but then it festers. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyway. Then why are you acting like it matters? Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try and come up with a happy scene. Maybe that will make us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy the way things were before we had that conversation yesterday. What part of the conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it, though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time. And I hate that I'm letting it happen. My guess is because since you want to belong here at the literature club, it has something to do with that more than friends. Because your friends only seem to be very superficial outside of the club. Because those are bitchy friends. I mean, is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I think it's because it came from Yuri. I mean, well, maybe. I just hate that she thinks she's so much better than me, just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide they don't like me, or manga, or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good, even if given a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly! Would you give Yuri's books a chance? After this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually kept an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But you know, I like Yuri's books. Hydrate. Yeah, my voice is going. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, but if you like manga more? But do you like manga more, right? Yuri shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover, and it's really rewarding to have some quiet time together with it. But most important thing is that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. Oh, thank you, Token. Make me drown myself, huh? So I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica when I was new to the club. And then it was with you. And now it's Yuri. I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. And if they just realized that, then we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everyone's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Natsuki. Sierra puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kind of communication. And it feels like you're magically connected with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or get the communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles with a lot too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of, like, reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. I feels this. Say, growing up, yeah, because I was strange. Like my friends, and I guess my dad. Like when I don't get good grades, or even stupid things if my room isn't clean. So what am I gonna do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. Except on my side of things, instead of Natsuki, not letting them win, I let them win. I'm better than all of them. So things have always been everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry and I try find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about themselves. That's a part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting the feelings that we have and don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase and I'm way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You're not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself, out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way... Yeah, Mitsuki, a real one. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house. You gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then. And it's gonna make you feel like poop. So, the other option is to get to know each other. You could communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. I think this is part 2. I think this is part 2. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Called depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. I want to be a good person like you. Oh, you're a sweetheart. We're all good people. You, Yuri, and Monica until she starts murdering people, but we aren't going into that right now. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing through a wound inside her. Did someone say murder? Of course you pop up for that token. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm just gonna stare at you disapprovingly. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair of me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time, I won't just try and jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess— oh, look at that vending machine! Oh, sorry, I was distracted for a second. Jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and make everyone upset. Hold on. That's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns, and I can't get away from them. What kind of negative thought patterns? Like everyone hates me? Especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to the time she herself found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She's just— well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first, before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh. But that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just— Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk to me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and then she hated me anyway. Yeah, my voice is going. Thank you for the water. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you. And we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think myself as a fairly sophisticated person. For someone just to treat me like I'm inferior, despite my tastes? That's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her. But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like that's something I've learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things, or we can, just acknowledge that they exist and try and understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. Sorry, had to get another drink. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. And so good with people. I feel like just a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate with her. Communicate it to her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Hi, Anna. You're catching us at the very end again. I'm losing my voice for reading. We've been doing this for 4 hours. We did it 4 hours yesterday, and I think we did it 4 hours the day before. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. Your test broke before you... Oh, wow. You want it to be early? I am so sorry to hear that. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. But I'm just tired of getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed. I'm drinking more water. Because The the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you right now. Oh, that sucks. Almost broke your monitors as well. Oh, wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, I mean, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. And I love when you communicate your feelings. Do you think IKEA will be open tomorrow? Being the 4th of July? I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm gonna write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea! Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things and say the things I don't mean. Me in a nutshell. Sometimes. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. It's such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that. And I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendship doesn't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're the opposite in a lot of ways. But I'm friends with her because she puts so much effort into understanding me, so we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. And there's a type of person, or a magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer your time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica is caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's so unusual to hear her suddenly talk about the club like this. Last of my water. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori too. And it makes me happy, because I learn a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant so much to you. Monica never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people. They can be more easily worked through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. Something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. Gotta swallow a few times. A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected. This was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain her composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Yuri! What a surprise to see you during lunch! Yuri squeaks in response. Please help me! I have to do it in southern accent. Please help me! What, is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Thank goodness. I thought it was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some help? We can find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad for taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back into her classroom, says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Okay, let's go find somewhere quiet. I have some alcohol. Does that count as getting a drink? At least to clear my throat. I'm gonna pretend it does. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh, gosh, sorry, I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today. Just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time, like, oh god, what am I doing here? Me too. I do that too. Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in here. After peering inside, Monica opens the classroom door, and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches as Monica pulls two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. This is Chris Hansen. Sorry, I couldn't help but make that joke. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. This is my chance to do something good. I need to take the initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. She then picks up her pen. Oh, that's so cute. She's left-handed, like me! Okay, sorry. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping into your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Oh, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But, never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes the word reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me. Yeah, yes it is. So, Yuri thinks, I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken time to understand my needs and respect my interests. Same goes for Natsuki, too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that too. So what kind of things do you want to do for her? Yeah. Yeah, they are. I want to do the same things for her that I'd like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayora trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a good job at all. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable, so we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that they know that you're ready to respect them and listen to them and admit the things that you feel you could do better. Then finally ask what you would do like in return. How does that sound like for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, one for each of these points. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one. Monika gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze, but as she let go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monika's hand in place. For a while they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday you told me something that I've been thinking a lot about. What was that? The thing about how feelings weren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being that we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out there to get me somehow. Is that how you feel about Natsuki? Yuri nods. Your little brother's a lefty? Nice. But in reality, everyone's always trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monika peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. I have to be able to read it to help you out, you know. It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I'd prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kinda glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. But it's been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but... Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So, just don't call it damage, please. Monika gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks and all I got was real friends who valued me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Yeah. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. Sorry. There we go. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Were you able to finish? Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you'd like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. More alcohol! Oh, I thought that was the that was the first? Yes! One sec. Did the sound come off? Is the sound working fine? Say, because it's showing up as not actually working. 1 second. I'm good? Okay. Say, was that the first part of reflection or was that the second part? Because I don't think I have the voice to do another chapter. I'm sorry. You're thinking done with okay. I don't have a voice for anything other than that. I'm sorry. You're done with reflection? A new day arrives. Sari arrives at the club room earlier than usual, not late. Yeah, it is. Alright, y'all. We will finish. I'm sorry, I was hoping to get through all the side stories tonight, but it's literally one. Ignore that clock down there because I was messing it around for the secret emails. But it's 1:38 in the morning and I need to almost made it, yeah. And so we'll finish this off tomorrow and then we'll play some more why do I keep messing up that name? Cheery? Cheery. Alright, y'all. Okay, I have to do my exit. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Fried Jelly. Oh, no, it's 1:38 a.m. It's not. Goodness, I would have to be at work if it was 8:30 a.m. in the morning for me. And okay, have to do my outro. It's almost 2 a.m. Yeah. Thank you for the follow again. I hope all of y'all have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and we will continue this tomorrow. And love y'all. Bye!